Hello. Good good day. Uh it's 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 nighttime. Um okay. Hello. I made it. It's definitely not late Ace Attorney stream. Definitely wasn't supposed to stream 5 hours ago. Nope. Right now is definitely the time. I'm pretty sure. Uh maybe used the wrong time zone. I don't know. I didn't. um, but yeah, I'm here. I have water. I yeah, everything looks to be working. Uh, funny Twitter post. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to continue this game because I gotta know what happens. So we're here, even though uh, yeah, we're here. We're just here now. Um, yeah, I I had a hard time falling asleep. I got up really late. Maybe this is why some of the other, I don't know, nobody needs to know my sleep schedule. It's not important, probably. Right? Surely. Um, oh, but yeah, we just let me see if I can give a recap here. Um, just because. So I remember last time we had to call someone in as an accused accomplice. I didn't follow the logic very well for like I don't know, like the thing that I spotted that the first names of the coroner was the same, but like that doesn't necessarily mean it's the same person. Like I don't know, Courtney's not like that uncommon of a name, right? Um, but yeah, so we had to bring in someone else accused of being a co-conspirator, which I didn't follow the logic for that. Um, like I don't know, like I whatever the initial step was to get there, I didn't follow, but like the connection was made as soon as we knew that she also was the coroner on the case a long time ago. So the thread has been connected. I just don't exactly know how. It's going to keep bothering me because it was just like I could not figure that one out. And everything I thought was wrong. So anyway, now we get into the part. This next part I think I can follow better, but we'll see. So let's get it rolling, shall we? The 24th of October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, um, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago?
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. Ah ha 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 ha.
As it turns out. Lord Von Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance as well. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh, yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Seath, and Lord Von Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
Excuse me, who is this? Oh, Dr. Seath.
Excuse me.
Dr. Seath.
Ah, Dr. Courtney Seath.
Nay, Stevens.
Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, Ray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing?
Sorry. It's just like.
Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Seath. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. Mianosuke, no! Again, I don't follow the logic for accusing her, so...
That certainly won't be possible. Lord von Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart.
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case.
See, that's mine. I can open that. Sorry, I'm silly.
But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me.
But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice.
I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Her voice is fun. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. My box. We gotta open it. I don't know what's in there. I forgot. We gotta get in there. It's a mine. I have permission to open it. Surely. Every time it comes up, I can't help myself. I'm sorry.
Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not.
Huh? Ow. I bit my tongue.
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Excuse me. Alright, I understand. Thank you.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. We got this. This is the part I understand more-ish, maybe. We'll see if I remember. The 24th of October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. He's here. The waxwork. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? Okay, I gotta prep myself to do Von Zeke's voice. We're gonna be hearing from him a lot, I imagine. Well, yeah, he's important. So, especially right now. Oh my god. He's personally involved with everything. Okay.
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet, Now we find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord von Zieks.
My lord,
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. Sorry, just the little mouse on his shoulder. The little mouse on his shoulder on this outfit is too silly. If Drebber is responsible, and I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Seath. Again, I don't exactly see why. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Is that Sholmes?
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
I was trying to remember. I think her voice was kind of similar to Seath. Not quite like Seath, but similar. I'll try. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, doesn't he? Now there are finally two of them in the world. Oh my. What expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? Sorry. I tripped on my dog. No. I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon. Mhm.
I do not know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. I don't know French. Sorry. Pardon my lack of being able to French. It. It would seem you are unaware of the Tispel's principles. What principles? The family Tispels has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tispels waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tispel family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tispels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. the professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. Sorry, conveying actual emotion with Von Zeke's voice is a little tough. That maybe hurt me a little bit. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. This is fun. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tuspel family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the grave digger. What harm did it do? So, you truly saw it? The face of that monster. Cool hat. Yeah, Madame Tuspel's outfit is awesome. I like it. Okay, Von Zeeks is gonna be especially rough tonight, huh? Because he's gonna be seethingly angry so much. Oh no. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But two spells would not be two spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based on the picture in this article.
Wait. I would like to draw your attention to two things here. Well, first of all, was this that we already knew? Drebber is the witness of this. The second thing that is incredibly important here is Mr. Odie Asman's signature in the bottom right of this rendering. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover. As he clawed free of the earth, the young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled. The youth then finally released the scream he's been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced this troubling event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
But he was shot instantly.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, was it not? Baba.
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Seath, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what's really happened here. I'll prove that Dr. Seath and Drebber were in on this crime together. I still don't know about that one. We're gonna make Lord Strongheart so mad. So yeah. Note here we have Odie Asmon's signature. We're probably going to need that to prove that this is Odie Asmon's signature. Sorry. The article in the bottom right. Krakatoa eruption. That's fine. The Professor. Waxwork.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Ah, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer, rising from the dead. That is the central attraction at my house of horrors. The rumor that whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery, behind the prison, in the dead of night, after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But in an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave. And then somebody shot him. Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this.
That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, is it not? Also, why does Drebber have a shovel? A shovel and a camera. I think he was there to dig up the professor and find out who he was.
The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry. See, in theory, she confirmed the man was dead for herself. That's what's going on here.
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. This is crazy.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters? Sorry, trying to decide how to attempt to pronounce the French at the end of this line. Um, uh,
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme cha.
I don't know French. Pain. No.
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status, even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of the two spells.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? That's fine, Ryunosuke. Don't worry about that part. She's a perfectly upstanding citizen running a business. You can leave it alone. You don't have to accuse her of a crime and make her admit it right now on the record.
It would seem that the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him to record history. It is the raison d'être of the Tuspel Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum, if you don't tread very carefully, madam.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactement.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already. You see, his muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly.
Oh dear. What a horrible thought.
Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? Does that have something to do with rigor mortis?
It is because of rigor mortis.
Wriggly mortis. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle Mademoiselle says rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that is why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tuspel. No, that is significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help but feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
No, Ryunosuke, that was funny. She was just trying to brighten the mood. Come on. This is no time for jokes, Miss Sato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. Bien sûr.
Sorry, my pronunciation bad.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was that time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery, with my utensils in wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Oh, it's so important.
Of course, if you would like me to. You are quite right, Mr. Naruto. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord.
Death by a hanging. Wait. Wait. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, the 17th of June. Sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. The sun was just beginning to rise 30 minutes after. Like 30 minutes after Madame Tuspel started making the impression of the corpse. 3 hours would have been the onset for rigor mortis, which means she should have been able to work at 3 a.m. Which means the man did not die when he was hung. The execution failed.
Objection!
Surely something about that last statement seems odd, doesn't it? Like, we're gonna present it on this.
Objection!
Sorry, I presented it on the wrong thing. Madame Tuspel, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. I have no clue how to pronounce that.
Cool.
I'll try. I try.
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tuspel was creating her waxwork impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But, on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Seath's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging, confirmed at midnight, 17th of June.
No.
If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set it in.
Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible.
Order! Order! Council, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Seath, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison, where the execution took place. By heck!
Objection!
Not in my day. His wig did indeed jump.
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor, the professor died that night without question.
He did. Of course he did.
Objection!
I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no...
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Seath, the professor, and the one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was the corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead, following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, the article says there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. My French. Okay.
Oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
It wasn't by chance if he was holding a shovel.
Objection!
Of course, there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There'd be no hope of finding him. Except for he stands here as a witness that we're accusing of the crime.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now, then. Who is the alleged witness? Anik Drever.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Anik Drever.
Drebber.
The previous witness. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern, stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Anik Drever. I love her cloak. Order! 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 Date greater than. I don't know if I know what that means. Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there. In Lowgate Cemetery.
It's Patrick from SpongeBob? Okay, I see it, I see it.
What is all this talk about Mr. Trevor? Is the name significant?
Oh, of course, Madame Tuspel doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetuated by the very same man.
No. But that would mean...
Madam Tispels. It would appear you know the name. Enoch Drebber.
Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my.
Good gracious.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed.
Except for in the newspaper that we got. That she just gave us.
That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. I mean, I read it myself.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. Wait, does that mean... Okay, I'm starting to draw some lines here. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. And there's actually a waxwork of the victim in the museum. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but that of the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Seath, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Seath put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Seath to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But, according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Seath is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Von Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Von Zieks.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Von Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes! Yes!
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Seath both take the stand together.
Order, order, order. Very well. I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Seath of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend Her Majesty's orders. On Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Seath. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Seath.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Von Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Lord Von Zieks is he's so awesome. He's so awesome. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Seath, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
And where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Seath's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man and Madame Two Spells, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet, now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Very well, then. If everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it is worth.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. I'm so excited for this. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Logate Cemetery. Yee.
Yes, of course. As you wish.
Okay. I gotta get water before I gotta refill my water before we get into this. So I'm gonna be right back for a moment. Let me switch it over here. Ba-ba. Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I know I'm slow. I had to eat sweets, and then it was obligatory. Um, and then my mom was telling me that like uh Fortnite is adding uh basically CS:GO mode. Um, so she thought maybe I'd want to try it, so she was telling me about it while I was eating sweets. Um, maybe that could be what I stream on Thursday. It would be so cursed. I forget when it. I think she just said it would be out tomorrow. I don't know. Might might be worth a look. Tac shooter that doesn't force me to stand still to shoot things potentially. I don't know, but it'll also be first person Fortnite. I don't know. Uh, we'll we'll see. But I guess I've been informed that it exists now. Okay, so back to the actual reason why we're here. More witness testimony. Yay. Okay. In the cemetery, 10 years earlier.
The reason why I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say.
No, urgent news on Fortnite comes first. Uh, I mean, I'm not that particularly invested in Fortnite, but I guess I know now. Um, yeah, I think he was moonlighting as a reporter. That's where I think this is going. He was gonna try to get a picture, like, I'm pretty confident he was there, like, just... Okay, this word triggers this thread in my brain. He was there to get a picture of the professor's face. That is why he was carrying a shovel and a camera. He was moonlighting as a reporter to earn extra money to help support him in his student activities. And Mr. Odie Asman was actually his colleague there. So that's an interesting line.
Yes. The illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back on now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now.
of course, you would have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes.
Objection. We'll get there soon. Lots of objections soon. Ah!
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Seath would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise.
Oh, so he was a grave robber. He was either a grave robber or a porter. One of the two.
As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So, among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
Making him like Professor Hawk from Dexter's Lab. I've seen so little of that show, I don't think I can get the reference, I'm sorry. But yeah, selling cadavers to scientists who want them is probably profitable. At least in this game universe. Still a pretty bad thing to do, probably.
So, you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. In our world, too? I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it into print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. that was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
Uh, that's certainly okay, wait, no. If I think about that too much, my curiosity is going to get the better of me, and I will. Okay, let's ignore that. Thank you for the information, though. Yep. I see. I mean, no, it's fine. Still, that's not the best thing to do, but that's not as morally bad. Because at least those were cadavers that, like, presumably had signed up to donate their bodies to science posthumously, because that is just a thing you can do. So, like, it's not as bad as just, like, digging up executed criminals to sell them as cadavers, or just, like digging up random bodies from the cemetery to sell them as cadavers. Cause at least now people agree to that. But I forget. I know it's possible to posthumously donate your body to science.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Yes. That was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene.
Sorry. Remember, people don't dig up corpses, only bury them. Okay. I don't think I have the physical strength for that. I'll leave that up to other people. Brain works weirdly when you wake up at 4 a.m. Ah, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done.
Okay, so with that statement, we just established motive. For Drebber to kill, we just established motive. We have motive.
Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Sorry, I'm working backwards here because I feel like this might be the beeline. We'll press him on everything though. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus.
Yes. Somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And, and having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
What's Drebber up to? Why did he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging from alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. C's past that you would desperately want to hide.
Oh, yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Seath are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there'd be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only a way around it. I'll have to prove that he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruto. Exactly.
Well, I think we have to get something else out of this. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely, you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? There's also a chance that Dr. Seath was buying dead bodies from him.
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though, obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
As aspiring students, scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Classic hammer and anvil tactics. Double bacon cheeseburger. Hello. Professor Harebrained said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason.
He's just a pure boy digging out tombs. I don't know if I would go that far. It certainly is a statement.
But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Bum, 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 bum. The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they did not believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead.
I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I do not know how, but he'd discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
You're contradicting yourself in your own testimony by saying this. A little bit. And from your description, he drew this illustration.
Precisely. That is how I learned the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Wait. Oh, that's such a gap. I don't like that statement. Okay. The newspaper reporter said it was the professor. The reporter, which happened to be the victim. In this case. Okay. What? Okay.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So, the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well...
See, okay. Which means this means his testimony still lines up. Because the reporter told him it was a professor. Which means he does not know who we saw. What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, Resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruto. I know I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tuspel, of course.
Precisely. I must say, I did not expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So, you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put up on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas?
Did you? I cannot say I remember.
What was it, madam? The camera.
His camera.
It was the camera. Ah.
Oh, yes. I made it a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies that I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Truspel's way.
It would seem, then, that this is the very camera that Mr. Drebber took with him into Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Oh, so this is how we put it together. Oh, you saw the professor. That testimony is true. Okay, so here's the link. This camera is the exact camera that was there when this incident occurred. There's something interesting about this camera that I remember. This camera has no... Okay, there's two things about this camera. One, it has a blood stain on it, which would line up with the testimony that the convict rose up out of his grave and then was shot. The blood spatter could have gotten on the camera. The other thing to note about this is there's actually no glass. There's supposed to be like some kind of glass plate in here, and it doesn't actually have it doesn't have a photographic plate in here. Sorry, she was saying.
Can you believe this is the camera that was actually there that night? I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Tuspel.
She's very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she?
Well then, Mr. Trevor.
How do you explain your way out of this?
Objection!
I'm wrong. The defense would have to object to that last statement, my lord. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. Let's present the camera on this statement. Because could he have taken a photograph?
Objection!
Okay, never mind. Okay, well, okay, so the camera... How do I... How do I do this? An extra... There's so much evidence. If you gave up your dream of becoming a scientist, why do you have this?
Objection!
Uh, 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 okay, so the other train of logic here. There's only one way to know. There's only one way to know if he saw the professor. We just have to see what he looks like.
Objection!
No, I'm bad. No. No. No further analysis is necessary. No.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
How do I prove that he saw the professor? Do I need to re-examine the blood stain? I don't know, it showed a check mark. It showed a check mark when I examined the camera, yeah. Do I have to press everything again? It looks like I need to at least press. I need to at least press this again. Okay, we bought this camera. The actual camera. I guess let's re-examine the blood stain.
Look, Mr. Naruto.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here, there seem to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh, oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. That's exactly what I think. I don't have any other way to interact with this camera. It has no photographic plate. Is there a photograph? Um. Thinking. Oh. So, okay, so the only things that I have to go on right now are we have the professor's face, but we can't look at it yet. We have Drebber's actual camera that he had on the night in question. There's blood on this camera. This is very important to note. The other thing that we have is a confirmation that Odie Asman was the reporter that ruined Drebber's life. I do not know how to progress from this point, but I do have motive. And like the photographic plate's just missing from the camera, so it's just like... But this alludes to the fact that there is potentially an actual photograph.
Hold it!
Let's press him on this again. Scared of the graveyard at night, willing to believe nonsense. You said you actually saw it. So we need, cause this tells us we need evidence to prove it. mm,
Hold it!
hmm. the camera. Okay, so is the train of thought here supposed to be this is the camera extended. Is it not? Like it has to be the camera. I can't even do anything with this. I don't know when this comes into play. Might not even be his. I guess I don't have much to lose by trying this.
Objection!
Oh, okay. I can't present the camera itself. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night, 10 years ago.
Oh dear. We seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I did not see.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalists that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask.
Yes. When the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity.
You're stealing a double bacon cheeseburger aggressively? Well, if I had one of those, you're just welcome to take it. I don't care.
It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard,
Ah.
a lowly student of the University of London
certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Ah.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber.
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified.
You want me to order a double bacon cheeseburger? Why is that? I mean, I wouldn't eat it myself anyway. 'Cause I'm weird. Oh, he said order. Okay. Let me make sure.
As I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it.
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes were deceived. Of course. Only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point.
What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber. What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night. You know, other body snatchers were at work.
Madame Two Spells.
Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he'd dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself?
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Dr. Seath, would you be so kind as to jump in on that statement?
Objection.
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. You ate the last mask in the storage room. Well, hopefully the hospital will be fine without an iron mask to prevent bacteria. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it may have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
oh, are you able to attest to the presence of a bullet wound on the professor? Madame Tuspel.
Excuse me.
That would be perfect if you are. Madame Tuspels. Don't take it out on Mr. Jones. Okay.
La la. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that's all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection.
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Grrr.
Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot.
Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
The exactly 30.134 seconds hurt you? I'm so sorry. At least it's only 30 seconds and not 90. That will do. Mr. Drebber.
Yes.
You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, Counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well.
So now we got him. You think I need water now?
Please.
I'll drink some water. I got some. Thank you.
There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood.
Funny you say that, Drebber. I'm not clicked on the game. Then how do you explain the funny blood on your camera? Let's examine it again in case I have to for safety because I don't trust the game. You're gonna snatch all the water so I have the inconvenience of having to refill it? That's fine. It means I just get more water. That's good, right? I'm in the way of Susato. But yeah, Hey Drebber, what do you think about the blood spatter on your camera?
Objection!
The inconvenience, I don't necessarily get much exercise, so it's not that inconvenient. But hydration's important. So, I will suffer the inconvenience. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But... but... That is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that there? Just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah.
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark. Here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord! Are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Seath?
It would.
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well, I.
And that furthermore, you really did witness the professor emerging from his tomb.
Grr, grr. Error.
There's simply no way that you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose, then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Asmon or Seath? Yes, my lord. And clearly... Order in the court, which is man is man's man, which is a man who is a man. That certainly is a statement. Thank you. Wait, what? Which one? It's actually man's. I see. It would take me a second to figure that one out. I'm pretty sure. If that even is logically followable. It's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Seath? I guess we're still on accusing her.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Seath.
Seath.
Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was in fact not killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the Professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Am I like too close to the mic now?
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. We found the box! Woo! Sorry, excuse my voice. Woo! We found the box. It's my time. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Seath would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Seath wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. Well, that's better for her. She switched the body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Lord Von Zeeks. I love his boots. Oh, Von Zeeks, you're so awesome.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Pray, Forgive me. Forgive my freshly filled, hollowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me!
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy. I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy. At the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Well, I have no idea at the moment. I have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Considered what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all.
Funny you say that. I have proof of your motive.
Or are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim now.
There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Threats. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. Oh no, he didn't care about the grant. He was out purely to kill Asman. If the research grant was the aim, taking Asman's life would have made no sense.
which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive then?
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade.
I got you, Jerry.
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal. Shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Who exactly is Mr. Asmund Drebber? 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. I already know exactly what this is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes motive and explains the witness and the victim is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago now, and every detail has been examined. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes motive for the deed. Asmund's contract.
Take that!
Drebber's contract. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund.
Yes, that is right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant that this newspaper article and contract have in common. Really. And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common.
Ba-bong.
Take that!
Ba-ba-ba-ba. What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature. The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article, and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of this drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Oh, good lord, yes. They're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago, notably that ruined his life, was the victim in this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
Sorry.
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Mr. Asman?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about the article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Well, we're waiting for the other part. He suffered enough divine retribution. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed his name and put it in print. He had to give up on his dream. Like actually ruined his life. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman.
Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What? Explain yourself, Drebber.
Yes, it is true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in that faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench.
Says someone who received a Promising Young Scientist award.
Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in possession to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to just prove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
This. This funny thing I found. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talent would go to waste. Excuse me. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
The truth is...
Finally, he's going to fold. I don't think so. Hold it.
Hold it. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it. All of it.
What?
What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with the man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No.
Good lord.
Dr. Seath. Dr. Seath. Do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Seath, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made all the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
I knew she wasn't a bad person. But I knew she was embroiled in something suspicious.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing at all.
What?
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion?
Hello?
Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No! Oops. I just hit my monitor. Order! Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Von Seeks,
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of the court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Seath has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean, at the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto. I'm so unhappy. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't quite feel right. Why did Dr. Seath suddenly admit it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruto? She admitted it to stop the trial. If she admitted it to stop the trial, the professor's identity is still hidden. I think she realized that we won't be able to prove, like, I don't know, pinning down Drebber will be hard. I don't want the case to end here. Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now? I need to know.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume.
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you like to want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the oven. Right. Yes. In hindsight.
Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. In the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth. Don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of this case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Seath.
Testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber.
In case it escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted from him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another cross-examination.
Objection!
I'm so happy. Okay. Oh, thank you, Lord Von Zeeks. Thank you, thank you. You're the best guy. You're the best prosecutor in this game.
Pray, forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call it. What is your objection, Lord Von Zeeks?
The prosecution
also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid.
If there is more to this case that has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You'll... what?
Lord Von Zeeks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Seath, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well.
Okay. Okay. Oh no. I need more water. I need more water, but I'm too excited. Okay, okay. I have to get water. I'm so sorry. I absolutely have to. No. The inconvenience is here now. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. I'll try to be quick. Sorry. Okay, sorry. I'm back. Uh, yep, I'm here again. Pray forgive the discourtesy of me making you wait while I filled my regular glass with regular water. And also maybe found some sugar to keep my brain working. Um, pray forgive the discourtesy. Uh, mhm. now, now, now we can. This is gonna be crazy. This is gonna be crazy. I think we're about to commit treason. Watch this.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the notes in the instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception.
So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
So kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the crystal tower instead of under this stage.
That's all. That's a terrible corruption.
Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be very thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Seath's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
I ran out of breath. That's fine. Very well. If you'd so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Ba 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 ba. The waxwork plot.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it?
There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago, to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea.
Yet, despite not knowing who is behind the plan, you went along with it.
I had no choice. Protecting the professor, secret, was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Von Zieks. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then?
It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork.
I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time.
And why were you given such directions?
Presumably, so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tussauds.
I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage.
Yes. Although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this.
Yes. The instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asmon.
So you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor.
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
Alone.
There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death.
Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was... the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word. What is it, Miss Susato? Something about Dr. Seath's last statement is playing on my mind. That's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Seath.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh, which part?
What I want her to supplement the testimony with is... what do I want her to supplement that with? I feel like there's something wrong with what she just described that she did to the victim. Sorry, water. How you stabbed Mr. Asmund in the chest. That part.
Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point.
He's pointing just because too.
The prosecution concurs.
Oh, we don't conversate with the fake, that part. Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord.
We're getting there. Would the cage really have ended up like that? And because the only... let's press her more. We might need something.
Hold it!
The entire team in perverting the course of justice.
My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare talk of chivalry?
It was a matter of priorities.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. Than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary, without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary.
Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer.
I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Okay, so actually, the location where we found the screwdriver, is problematic. In fact, with what you just said. So there's two things. I don't know how bloodstains work, but that one looks affected by gravity. If you ask me. And then this. This was found nowhere near the body. I'm gonna gamble on this.
Objection!
We'll gamble on the other half of it.
Objection!
Okay. Sorry, it was one of those two things. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. The music. What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Seath, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learner friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it. That is true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would you see the alleged inconsistency with that statement? This funny blood stain, I think.
Take that!
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction, towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Oh, of course. No. That's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Seath made it very clear that in her testimony just now, that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in this picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Seath, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I don't know how to scream. I don't know how to make that noise with her voice. Sorry. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Seath, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. Nani? Nani kore? But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Seath's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? All of it. I want to say the autopsy report. The autopsy report is not a lie. The stabbing of the victim. Okay, that should be what they want from me here. The answer is very simple. If you consider the sequence of events, if when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downward as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have either been sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would have. Which tells us the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, this is the misapprehension. It's what I caught. It's what I caught. A broken vertebrae doesn't necessarily mean that you're dead. It probably means that you're at least partially paralyzed. So the victim could have been alive after that fall. Easily. Well, not easily, but there was a decent chance he wasn't totally dead. That's my understanding of the vagueness of this autopsy report. It was bothering me earlier because it said, A broken vertebra, most likely consisting. Uh, well, have a good night. I gotta finish this up. A broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. But it doesn't actually tell you, like, your entire spine is made of vertebrae. So it just means his spine was broken. Unless my understanding of human biology is wrong, which would also be applicably, possible. No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. So- But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Seath appeared. The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything.
Ah. Ah.
Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrine. Nor was it the mastermind behind the staged trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Seath. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Order, order, order. Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him.
You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. But before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. No.
Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now. You're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts, using evidence and logic alone.
Logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean?
I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman?
Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there was no known connection to Dr. Seath there.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this.
Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind.
What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Seath may have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. The Iron Mask. It's the Iron Mask.
You've lost me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto. But why the Iron Mask? I'm wrong.
Clearly, you have no idea what you're talking about.
I must have said the wrong thing.
Forgive the interruption, Dr. Seath. But what my colleague meant to say was scalpels. Perhaps that makes a little more sense to you.
Oh. Ah, of course. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that the word has struck a chord, Doctor. Oh! Wait. Oh, yeah, because she was ordering 500 scalpels a month. That's, like, really suspicious.
You. Come on. Out with it.
It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Oh. But what is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis. Well, one entry seems rather strange.
500 scalpels a month. $500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered why on earth you'd be using that many, what you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them. Disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Asman's criminal organization, relying heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
10 years ago when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber. He may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Seath's darkness, darkest secret that he would use to rack the money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmund in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever.
You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years.
Is she gonna talk? As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established, unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Seath will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
"10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for. To sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years." Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. Excuse me. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like that of a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Driver.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine.
It made for quite a show,
Didn't it?
so you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim.
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it?
Which is where that particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true,
then obviously, Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
so your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Seath, to be precise.
It was a year ago now. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale. What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to.
Your actions against those who'd ruin your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was his passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I...
Lord Von Zeeks. What of Dr. Seath?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody. My lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, yes,
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but very painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor!
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor. That's not true. Why? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Von Zieks.
And the derision with which you referred to you earlier. Calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barrack. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
it is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty on the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections.
None for me, my lord.
Certainly not. Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think. But this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically.
I can't do it. I messed up his voice.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Woo. We didn't get to open the Iron Mask. I'm so sad we didn't commit treason. Maybe next time. Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. We've done it. The 24th of October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrine.
Mr. Nagarhado. Miss Susato. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
Just being glad that it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Ah, right now you know. If I had that research grant money. Ah, I'd give the whole lot to you. Everybody.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Oh dear. What can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then, thank you. That's like the smallest scientific journal I've ever seen. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Sorry, Candy.
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh, yes. That's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Beric?
I can't allow that.
Lord Von Zeeks, what are you doing here?
Beric! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Sorry, Von Zeeks' voice is a little tough.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Sorry, or the defense. Did I just hear that right? Von Zeeks trusts me.
I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Beric. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Eric. Lord Von Zeeks. What's all this about?
Unnecessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
Yeah. We're gonna face the repercussions as soon as the acquittal goes through. You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Von Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Oh! Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Ah, you mean... the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas.
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up until now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gino were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Barrack.
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That is why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Ow. The candy stabbed me. That's your friend. Oh, sorry. Give me a second. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness. Was this your intention all along then, Lord Von Zeeks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, Sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes. Alright. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you very much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harebrain.
Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend.
Yes. I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom. In 10 minutes.
Wait, is he gonna let us peek at the professor's identity? Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Impending doom. The Enigma. Beric von Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. He wants to know the killer's identity so badly, doesn't he? We're actually gonna commit treason. We're gonna do it. I hope so. The 24th of October, 4:58 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways. So I'd guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint von Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then, too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh. It was 16 years ago then. One of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponis.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work, and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression on me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact. Before the case was finally resolved.
I'm sorry, Lord Von Zieks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, and the reason why no one had been able to catch the man, sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight, all the time.
In plain sight.
Are you aware of political events? 10 years ago. It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussion. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my. You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
He has the key. He got the key.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
What the?
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father.
What? Father?
Oh, what?
Kazuma!
He's alive.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
The professor was his dad. What? What?
As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
What?
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow. father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
What? Don't hurt the waxwork. Actually, it's probably fine if you do that.
Kazuma-sama.
Yeah, that's probably fine.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
What? And he just leaves just... What?
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
What?
So, he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life. Is he?
Yes, Kazuma Asogi. My best friend.
3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us. I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection.
But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosma Lord Von Zeke's apprentice? And when he was suffering from amnesia, too.
The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked.
"10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though.
It took time to adjust to not having father around. But just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out. That young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Ba ba ba. That's crazy. Like, surely there's another case, right? Right. I think there should be like 1 to 2 more cases. Oh yeah, okay, we got another case. Twisted Karma in his last bow. But yeah, that'll be for next time. That certainly was a long part of this game. Anyway, here, let me switch it over. Bum-bum. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching and hanging around. I hope you all have enjoyed this as much as I have. And we will be continuing this game again sometime next week. But yeah, I hope everyone has a good rest of your day and or evening, and the next time I'm supposed to be live is the what is it? What is today? Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday at 3 p.m. I'm supposed to play Overwatch. So I'll see you then if you're so inclined. I'm maybe kind of good at that game. Might be fun to watch. But yeah, bye bye for now.